instead of just into the preamp, so that way I can switch over and use my D104s if I want. It's making it very convenient not to have to fiddle fart around with running cables and wearing jacks out and all that stuff. So I think it will work nice.
Is that the amp going on in the background there?
The whining?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, copy. And this is a KN60YF.
Really surprised enough of that's making it through, because I'm looking at the downward expander. It looks pretty clear, whatever you call it, pretty clamped.
The downward expander is definitely taking it out. It just kind of sneaks through in the background there.
Okay, because I can turn that off and then really make it obnoxious. So yeah, there you go. Here, I'll turn the mic a little bit broadside to it. Hopefully that helped.
Yep.
Hello. Is this working? Only this direction.
All right, I have assembled the X-Tech boom, and this is the 87 microphone. It's all hooked up and ready to go.
It's very natural sounding.
You change the profile over?
That boom.
On which one?
On the new boom.
Oh, yeah. Got them both up now.
Sound good here.
The new chair even makes you sound better yet.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Did you switch your profile over there?
Yes, as to which microphone you're talking to.
Well, that's across 15 feet of desk space.
That's a dinner table, not a desk.
I know.
Yeah, it's about over 20 over 9.
Yeah, Jeff, another free one that I've used, and my wife, I think, is still using it, is called Open Office.
You know, I forgot of that one. I have heard of that in previous conversations before, but I forgot about it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
To Open Office, Google Docs, they all work good.
Yep.
Open Office, Google Docs, they all work good. All right, John, I'm going to fire up your stream.
Echo.
Don't get any on ya.
Wow, man, that is clean. That receiving audio is really clean.
Oh, yeah, and the best part is it just, that just kind of runs itself. Like the AGC gain does what it needs to. Got the notches, NR2.
How come my noise blinker 2 is not working?
Yeah, I can never get an SDR radio.
Oh, now I know why.
It sound like this.
Okay, so there's one downside to listening to the radio through the headphone jack. you can't make use of the NR2.
Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, when you plug into the front of the radio, it just hears what the radio is giving you. In order for the processing to work, you have to plug into the PC.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Not working.
Yeah, the audio codec, both in and out, it's fed from the PC, actually. So if you're not hearing it, well, I don't know. There could be a few things, but I would try just toggling the NR2, see if it comes back.
Yeah, no effect.
Well, that is a strange one.
Oh,
What was that, Craig?
I was saying on my feed I get both. I get the Thetis audio, and I also get the audio from my PC.
Yeah, I have no noise blanker 2. Whenever I turn it on, even with the VAC enabled, it doesn't do anything. I think we found the bug.
NR2, right?
No, my bad. I was hitting the noise blanker, not the noise. Yeah. Oops.
Well, usually we call those ID10T errors, but we'll give you a pass, okay?
I'm like, why is it not doing anything? It always does something. NR, ND. Who the hell can read?
I was the only one who did that.
Okay, well now it makes me feel a lot better. I can do the stuff through the headphone jack of the radio. Thank goodness.
So why does NR2 have any impact on that? That's weird. When you click NR2 on, then all of a sudden you can start hearing audio?
Well, I can start hearing the filtered audio. What I wasn't hearing was I was hitting the noise blanker.
Oh, gotcha. There's like a 3-second delay there, so that's why I'm listening to John's feed. So if I'm sound like I'm retarded, that's why.
Well, try doing audio checks with latency, with headphones on, and not being able to hear yourself. You make some really strange noises, and they're not words.
That's impossible, man. It's too hard.
You just have to convince your mind that that's really not you, and that's somebody else, and then your mind will be able to deal with the delay.
Yeah, there's some things I can say, and I'm not affected by them, and then there's others, it's like saying 500. It's like 500. I can never get it out.
Man, I can't even get out my call sign properly with that, like, messed up delay.
Yeah, some people it impacts, some people it doesn't, man. It's weird how the brain works, I think.
Mind over matter.
Oh, it always the professional dispatchers that can hold a conversation with you, hear what they just said over the radio, including the license plate, type away on the PC while still paying attention to you and holding a conversation. Those people amaze me. The first time I ever went to the Smithsonian, they had a operator sitting there doing Morse code at the amateur radio booth. And he was sitting there having a conversation with everybody while still sending code. And, I mean, it wasn't code. It was blazing fast. And he's sitting there, and he's like, Oh, it's something that somebody didn't say that was funny. He's like, oh, sorry, that was the guy just told me something funny.
And John, your feed is kind of blurry. Are you doing anything on your PC that would have caused that?
Let's see.
Oh, and by the way, John, I bought a breakout for the single audio connection that's on the PC. And this one, with the microphone split and the speaker split off, this adapter works. But plugging my drop headset into it doesn't recognize the microphone portion. It only recognizes the headphones. Weird.
Yeah, so it's a TRRS breakout?
It's just a bit temperamental, I guess.
Yeah. In theory, they should always work, but there's like competing standards for TRRS, and nobody can ever seem to agree, so, yeah.
Well, we found that out on the mic jack on this, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
All right, John, I restarted the feed, and now it's fine. It's not blurry anymore.
Yeah, it looks good here. It's like 1080p, so. Is the scaling okay? You can like see everything?
Yeah. If I maximize it full screen, man, it's awesome. It's amazing.
Yeah, right on. Gotta love Thetis.
That's weird, man. When I first refresh the page, it streams clear for about 30 seconds, then it goes blurry, like as if YouTube's trying to stop me from viewing high-definition feeds or something.
Well, did you try manually setting the receive bandwidth? You know how to do that? The like sample the video resolution?
Yeah, let me try and find that. Is it probably under settings or something, huh?
Well, when you're on the video, just the little gear, and then try to lock it to 1080.
Alright, let me see if it holds for more than 30 seconds. Yep, that did it. That fixed it. I guess it was just reverting back to the lower bandwidth because to try and save some bandwidth there. So if you tell it to stay at 1080, then it's fine.
Yeah, it thinks your internet's too slow.
Man, I wish I had an S5 noise level. It's a big difference.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. You know, sometimes it gets up to like an S8 or whatever. So that's 18 dB, man, 20 dB. It really erodes the floor badly.
Yeah, copy that. So on that last transmission, you're S9 plus 10, and let me see what I am. I'm about the same on yours. So at least right now, I guess it's reciprocal signals.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not. Sometimes you're 20 over once in a while, and then I look at my signal on your radio, and I'm only like 5 to 10 over. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, such are the mysteries of RF, man. I do like this meter a lot.
Yeah, ever since you told Dennis about it that one day, I went searching for it, and I'm kind of liking it, man. It's just a nice change, this meter. The Yaesu, what is it? The Yaesu 5000, whatever it is?
Yep, FTDX 5000. You know what it is? It's the font. Because the other one's okay too, but this one's just, I don't know. It's like a little high tech, and the blue's nice.
Yeah, I like your wave node, man. That's pretty cool. If I get another meter, I was looking at the LP100, but I don't know, man. I feel like the wave node would be better. That way you can just load it up on your screen, and you know, I think it's more compatible to this type of work than the LP100,
right? Yeah. You know what's interesting is, I feel like the wave node is a little bit better at capturing like real peak power. At least giving you like a more usable reading of peak power. But the LP100 is maybe a little bit more accurate, at least when fully calibrated, like for average power reading. But the software for the LP100 is pretty bare bones. You know, you don't get really nice display or anything. You do get something. And I was trying to get it to work, but the cable might have gotten unplugged. But anyways, I'll show you that sometime.
Well, what's cool about your wave node is you've got a separate window for every input, right? Because looks like you've got a Thetis input there for your drive power, and then you've got an RF2K-S input there. So it's pretty cool how you can have a separate window there on the software for each of those sensors.
Yep. Yeah, and you could do 4 sensors, right? So there's 2 more windows that I'm not using, and it could be a VHF, UHF, SHF, or AM broadcast, you know, whatever you want.
Yeah, and I like how you can compare. You can compare your SWR between your input SWR and your output. So your input is flat, 1.01, but your output's 1 to 4, which is not bad. But it's kind of cool how you can do that.
Yeah. And you see the amp is reporting basically 1.07, 1.06 to 1. Essentially totally flat. But the telepost and the wave node, it's like 1.5, 1.6 something. But it's on the output of the amp, and the amp has the tuner built in, so it makes it a little bit tough to really measure that with an external meter, just because there's, inductance and capacitance stuff going on, so the readings are a little bit inaccurate, but, it's a good enough thing, and if the SWR climbs for some reason, you'll see that pretty immediately, and there's alarms, so.
Well, yeah, if you go after the amp, right, at that point it's not tuned. Your antenna tuner only makes the amplifier happy. So, I can see. I wish your RF2K had like a little antenna port that you can screw in a SWR meter to, right? That was between the tuner and the amplifier or something, so you can actually see the SWR that the amplifier is seeing, if that makes sense.
KK17.
Hey, Randy. Yeah, I think that's what the meter is showing you. On the amp, though, I suspect the meter is between the amp and the tuner section, so that's why when the amp tuner is tuned, you see the difference.
Yeah, copy that. Hey, good evening, Randy.
Good evening, boys. I was just on the 10-meter band, and I broke into two nets. One of them was happening in Rochester, New York, and the other one was in the Pocono Mountains, and it was nuts. It was 9:30 there, 9 o'clock, total darkness, and they were 5.9 plus, just like it was back in the 70s.
10's been really good lately.
I didn't
know there's any nets on 10 meters.
Net. There were 20 guys on there, worked everybody. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yep, it's been nice.
I'm looking at my signal. I like it. It looks like my G-scale railroad tracks for the backyard.
Yeah, this stream's awesome, man. It's quite the treat there, John, to see yourself and hear yourself through such a high quality stream.
That's the one bone that I hate is even on the SDRs and stuff, is sometimes you can kind of, you got some sort of waterfall display, but it's never like really nice and crystal clear like you can see on a nice waterfall like this.
Can I log into your computer, please, so I could change something?
Yeah, bring it. Come on.
All right. What's the thingamajig I got to punch in, and what's the program I got to run, and all that?
Well, that's not part of the deal.
Oh, you're running more. Why do you're running more bandwidth than I am, young man?
Space is there, so why not?
You're at 5K C-Skid.
Sure am.
Because the band's open right now.
All right, let me bring it up to 5K. I don't want to be the outcast.
No.
Is that Mike?
Uh-oh, what happened there?
Is Mike
Ooh,
there?
that didn't sound good.
Please.
Mike is here. Hello.
All right, boy. All right, I got 5K now. So you decided on the dynamic mic?
No, I got both of them going now. I'm using the 87 right now.
Excellent. And I saw that little piece of wood you put in there. Brilliant. How did you secure it to the bottom of the desk?
With some gnarly screws, man. Drove them in with a T20 Torx.
Excellent. That Torx is wonderful. You know, I mean, when you watch all these people build things, right, they all use the Torx screws, and then you see some poor meatball guy using a Phillips head, you know, in each 3 revolutions it pops and hops. The Torx is amazing.
No doubt about it.
I thought you didn't have any tools to do that.
You tried using the Elmer's glue.
No glue. I have a screw gun here, a Makita screw gun, which I used. I don't have a drill.
Oh, okay, wonderful. You just start it and push.
Yeah, it's got the 1/4-inch quick disconnect thing, so I have the tips and all that, so I was able to pull it off without any real tools.
Well, it looks great, brother. All right, thank you, boys. Thank you for letting me in, John and Craig and Mike. It's great to hear you guys.
You can stick around, Randy.
Well, I don't want to push it. Hey, John, any update on running the new software with my new Mark?
No. We need to test it. So there will be no bug fixing until we can collect more data from that.
Well, I could play with it. What do you want me to do? I mean, you know, before I knew you, I actually set this thing up before I knew you.
Well, collect logs, prepare a bug report.
No, I can't do that. But what about me going into the program? I don't think, is there, well, what about the 64K up front? What if I change that to 128? No, that has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. I'll send you an email with the thread, and you read through the thread and test some stuff, and then let me know what happens.
All right, wife wants me to order a pizza, so I am standing at attention, bowing towards her. I'll be right back.
Oh, get me one, too. I got nobody to cook dinner.
Yeah, me neither.
And she wants me to get a pizza tonight, so.
What I'll tell you.
Don't forget about me, Randy.
Boy.
That's right.
Send me one, too.
I'd love to, boys, but it would get there in a week. All right, thank you. I saw that. I'm going to order a pizza. I'll be back.
I thought that's what was DoorDash was for.
7 TV.
Yeah.
So much for DoorDash.
You know, we could order a pizza for John. You know, for all the hard work he's put into our theater, says John. All we need is your address, which is on QRZ, I think. Couldn't we just order you pizza and get it delivered?
Don't send it there. That's a mailbox store. No, it's cool, guys, but I appreciate it.
I was thinking that would be kind of a cool surprise for you, huh?
Sure, yeah. Too bad I live out in the sticks, apparently, even though I'm in city limits, because nobody delivers here.
Oh, that sucks. Then there goes that idea.
Yeah, but maybe I'll put a tip jar out or something.
Well, the real surprise would have been that you get a moldy pizza when you show up to get your mail next time.
Yeah, they folded the pizza box into 3 pieces and shoved it into the P.O. box.
What is that nasty smell?
Yeah, that was a big old lightning crash. Wow.
I've never seen one like that on my scope before.
Must be closer to you. I'm not getting them.
Yeah, let's check the maps. For some reason, this station picks up the lightning, like, really well.
Mine gets the vacuum painted real well.
Alright, so it looks like in the land of Mexico,
I wonder if you guys have the N6 QRP.
Well, QRP station just barely picking you out. KN6TYF.
Thank you anyway, N6 OVP.
And K5 BLS for those who care.
And 9 GDM on the 6 minutes.
KN6TYF.
A6JR.
Well, John, I guess I should tell the guy that I'll take the Anan, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's working.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, you've now played with the Hermes and the Anan. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, I already have this installed, and I've already done all the workarounds and done all the provisioning, so I see no reason to get rid of it.
Yeah, but I guess I mean rather, now that you have had some time with both systems, you know, there's probably more similar than not, but anything you like particularly one way or another?
I don't know. I think they're similar enough to where there's really not that big of a difference, other than the the drive level.
Yep.
The receivers, they're pretty much the same for you, Jeff?
Oh, yeah, receive is just fine. The transmit only changed because the circuits are a little bit different. Just the audio frequencies just needed to be optimized. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same.
Oh, I think the biggest...
And listening to myself back through John's receiver, I've lowered the low end down just a little bit, too.
Hermes or the Anan, that's the question right there.
Golf 2 Lima. Ronald, how copy?
Doubled with you.
I was just going to say, I think the biggest question in my mind is longevity. Which device is going to last longer, the Hermes or the Anan? That's my biggest question.
Well, I think as long as you don't blow up the PA in the Hermes, you should be just fine.
Hey, old man, go tune up somewhere else. Yeah, they should both last you, pretty much forever. I mean, over a really long time scale, like decades and decades and decades, like, some of the transistors might degrade a little bit, or the capacitors, but I don't think there's any electrolytics on the Hermes. Maybe, I'd have to double check, but I think most of them are all like chip caps.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just that when you look at the price difference, it's got to be something, other than the power, right? And it's, for me, maybe it's the quality of the components. I don't know.
Nah, no way, man. I don't think... I wouldn't say Anan is made with high-quality components. Not particularly. And most of the design of the Anan, it's all open source. Like, somebody else designed it. The same I mean, even the 100-watt PA in the ANAN is an open source design that was taken by Apache Labs and commercialized. So, I don't really think quality-wise there's much difference.
Hello, James.
Hey, Craig. Hey, John. Anybody else in there? Hello to you.
Howdy.
Hello, James. Sounding marvelous.
Expect nothing less these days there, James.
Yeah, well, we're still loading the fence, I'd have you know.
Hey, whatever works.
Still 10 over up here.
Is that JR? Hey, JR.
It could be a reasonable facsimile thereof. Do not bend, fold, staple, or mutilate. Good evening.
I like that. But yep, we are technically ground level antenna. 500 watts in, still pretty good SWR. You're all 2030 over. Even you, JR, you're sounding good. KF6YIJ.
Yep, sounding great up this way. It's radiating.
Good thing I'm QRP.
Are you really?
No. Yeah. Going into the amp.
Okay.
I'm never QRP. The fence antenna is 10 over.
Life is too short for QRP.
Roger.
It really is.
So what's the story on the antenna there, James?
We're doing that.
John, the story on the antenna, as you ask, is I'm taking down the ZS6 because the tree trimmer is showing up here on Monday, and I don't have an interim solution other than to get my car battery clamp cable and attach it to the fence.
Well, to attach the antenna to the fence or to use the fence as the antenna?
Well, the fence going towards the beach side is the antenna. I have about a 12-foot section that is the other, quote, half.
Oh. Is that what you're talking on?
Yeah, right now.
And it loads up okay?
Yeah. It's without the tuner, it's 1.8 to 1.
How is that possible?
Just is. It may just be that the length of the fence is just right by happenstance.
Oh, that's amazing, man.
I would have never even thought to try it.
Well, it's just a matter of strategic laziness and a lack of options, and that's what we got.
That's an old prepper antenna.
Yeah, sure is, and you're 10 over.
Witness.
Well, it's working for you.
Grounded anywhere, huh?
I'm sorry, what was that, grounded, JR?
I say the wire fence isn't grounded anywhere?
Oh, yeah, of course it's grounded. It's grounded every 9 feet or so.
Was like a chain link fence?
No, up and down vertical slot fence.
So wait, James, you're saying you've got a dipole and one side of the dipole is a fence, the other side is a wire, or is the whole thing like a 49 to 1? Is the whole fence being radiated?
Arguably the whole fence with a 9 to 1 and I have another wire going to another chunk of fence about 6 feet away that's not connected to metallically, at least. Perhaps through the ground it is, but not metallically for the other half.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, people load up gutters, so why not fences?
How's the receive on that?
I don't have the ability to compare it to the other one, unfortunately. I had to take it down, but my noise here is S7, so that's usual. You guys are 20-30 over usual, so check mark, check mark.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because usually if you have an antenna that's lower to the ground like that, your signal to noise ratio should be better, right? You should have less noise. Your signals may be a bit lower, but they're above the noise. So it's interesting to know how you're saying that's about the same as your regular antenna.
That one you are 40 over.
Yeah, well, that's 40 over to a fence, man. I tell you, that's something else. I never thought I'd say that.
But live in an HOA.
Antenna work good. And like I said before, it's free.
Yeah, hard to beat that with a stick.
HOA, please come along. At least you can get a way of loading up your fence.
Hey, just load up the HOA person next time.
Yeah. Which fence exactly, sir, do you want me to fix or do something with? Just touch it. Which one?
Yeah, I think that might be against the Geneva Convention, though. Under cruel and unusual punishment. That doesn't mean they don't deserve it.
Yep, gonna go visit with the wife. Good to hear everybody.
Have a good evening. Catch y'all more later, 7-3. K6JR.
Take care, JR.
See ya.
Bye.
Jeff, did you happen to get the 10.3.3 as aforementioned earlier today?
Jeff?
I'm here at a sound failure.
Yeah, James, I had to roll back to 2.908. I had no issues that I was having yesterday, so I think it's the software issues that's causing my issues that I had last night.
To show you that real-time deal with the compression and all of it. It shows you where your sliders are now, finally.
Well, I mean, the sliders already showed you that, though, you know.
Thanks, John. I read that.
Yeah, copy.
That was perfect. You translated that perfectly as to what was happening.
Mentally, it is, John, to see that in the black window, you know.
Yeah.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, Randy.
Oh, you know who says it like that? Duke. NA1A says that. Randy.
Hey, you got it from me. Excuse him.
John from the,
Okay.
You sound really loud. I'm loading my fence up, Randy.
You what, buddy? Oh, whoa.
I have an that's a pretty beefcake one I made, and I have to load my fence because my tree guy is coming up here to chop my tree. This is the fence speaking.
That's crazy. It's 5.9, but you know what? The audio is sort of picket fencing.
Yeah, there's phase. I see it on yours every 600 hertz, but that's okay.
Hello there.
How are you?
That's really hard to do with a headset.
On 40 meters.
No, I'm teasing you. It's picket fencing, you know, that was a joke.
Yeah, except it ain't picket. It's prison bars.
So, John, what was the last one? What needs addressing in MIDI for at least the controller? Is there 7 and 14-bit messages from each knob slider? And then he said, this is one step for the knob, as you can see, and I clicked on it, and it just brings up a black screen. Did I totally toast my computer?
No. But that's irrelevant anyways.
Yeah, I figured that we weren't going to pay any attention to RAM door.
Well, it's good to pay attention, but what he's saying is in a different atmosphere from you.
I like Red Wing better. The WD Wing, I like him better.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's kind of an a-hole sometimes, though.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, all depends on the pocketbook.
What was that, James?
Yeah, I don't know who he speaks of.
I had a bug with the brand new software, the 2.10.33. What was happening is my platter that I use on my Newmark DJ controller, at just a certain frequency, when I went from 7200 to 199, I would stop it, but it would scroll all by itself. It locked up the machine. It did it for about 10 seconds, and then it got healthy again. And then when I went back the other way, it did the same exact thing right before 7200. But on no other band, no other frequency was it affected. For some reason, it was just on 40 meters.
Wow, that's great. You're 40 over, by the way, and you're really clean. That's a very clean signal. But yeah, that's absurd.
I'm on the Anan this evening, brother.
Well,
radio this week. This is the first time I've been on the Anan in a while.
That sounds the best. So I'm showing up S9 there?
S9 plus 5.
Sweet. Not bad for literally ground level.
S9 plus 20, I stand correct.
Well, Randy, if you want to get that fixed, like, you're going to have to make some time and do some actual testing, like go back to the new version, reset the database, and see if it persists.
We haven't done that yet, have we?
Nope.
Yeah, James, I had to roll back. To 2.908, and it fixed my issues I was having last night with Pure Signal. So it's a software issue that's causing my issues last night.
Well, I have to contest going that far. I mean, here I am on the cutting edge, 2.10.3.3, and I have yet to have any sequence errors. My Pure Signal is pure. Hello, radio. Yep, still pure. No glitches. No crashes, so what the heck?
Well, no, it's no lids, no kids, no space cadet.
Yeah, well, I'm using a different board. I'm using an I/O board for my Pure Signal, and I think that's causing issues with the latest version of Thetis.
I think this one has John stumped, and I don't know if he could ever fix it.
Uh-oh.
For the right fee.
I don't have to fix that. You got to fix that.
This one has John stumped, and I don't think my little mouse will move all by itself with this one, because John is truly stumped.
No, that's it. You got me.
Well, you can always send that thing over to my house.
Oh, my God, I love it. But, John, do you use a DJ controller or no, my friend?
No. Mouse.
You use the mouse.
Mouse and a foot pedal.
Mouse and foot pedal. That's so funny.
3.3, and I've had no issues at all.
But you're not using a DJ controller like I am.
Well, that's because I wasn't told to get one.
You don't need it.
John, I do not like his audio. Did you set this audio up last night? Were you half asleep?
He's changed it, man. This is out of my control.
Oh, I might second that motion here. Something is awry.
Want me to go back to the other mic?
Well, hold on.
I don't like this one, bro.
Doing?
Last night, before I went to bed, it was sounding incredible.
All right, give me 10 seconds.
Hold on.
Boy, so, Craig, once in a while, John gets stumped. It's not often.
It's not stumped. That's a conclusory conclusion. You have to say he's in progress.
Wait. Mikey.
This one, brother.
Well, John will guide you through the process on how to get it fixed.
I don't think... Mike, did you change the transfer profile when you went to the other one?
Yeah, I'm putting the right transmit profile in for which mic I'm using, yeah.
All right, copy. Yeah, copy.
Size better.
Jeez, what did you do, Jeff? You're a different guy.
That's not Jeff, brother. That's Mike.
Yeah, this is the real me, K5BLS.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the other fellow was Mike.
There's a Mike? Who's Mike?
Mike, say hello to,
Hello, this is Mike in 9GDM.
I'm so confused, but hello, Mike. I hope you're well.
I'm well, and I haven't got my membership card yet, so that's probably why I'm not in the database.
It's okay. They took mine away.
I never had one to begin with. I still hop the fence.
He does sound a little bit like Jeff, doesn't it?
Well, I didn't know there was a Mike or even another station there, but this Mike, new Mike, is 20 over now.
He's wrapping it up. Stand by.
Well, the edge of the cliff is coming at 7 o'clock.
I'm sorry to put you down a separate rabbit hole there, Jeff, mistakenly.
Oh, it's okay.
Consider it like a spot quiz.
Mike made a change. Because Mike, you were
quiz around here. I'll be right back.
Then you came back and you said, I'm much better. What did you do?
Switched mics and profiles to the SM7B.
Yeah, this is much nicer at this moment.
It just got, it just needs some massage.
Yeah, it's too bad my MIDI, too bad about my MIDI.
Too bad.
I got it. It used to work so good.
Do you ever use that thing, Randy? Is it just for just to look pretty?
No, I use it all the time for my volume, for push to talk, for my VFO. And it used to be perfect.
Hey, sounds like you should do something about that.
All right. Was that you dropping a boom again?
Wow.
I just brushed my shirt against the puff filter.
Isn't that amazing how loud that is?
Jesus.
Now, this sounds very good. Is this the profile that you worked out with John last night?
Yeah, this is the only dynamic mic I have, I think. Well, besides the Heil, which we haven't even started with, or maybe not going to start with.
Yeah, this has a beautiful sound. Very balanced. No boominess in the mid-range or the mid-bass. This sounds real good. I like it.
OC is back.
JR.
SL40X, that's what it is. SL40X.
What is an SL40X?
It's a fairly cheap podcasting mic.
Nice, yeah, sounds good.
On the mirror for that.
Yep, that's the same one I'm using here.
A little bit of a downhill walk.
That's why I got it, Jeff.
I know.
You inspire.
I have started a terrible trend.
I did find that the tonality was a little bit different from the SM7B. Like, it didn't need as crazy push in the highs or as much roll off in the lows, so it's a little bit flatter.
I wonder if they're using a dynamic cartridge or an electric cartridge.
It's dynamic.
Positively, you've pulled it apart?
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't work if it was an electret.
It is an electret or not?
It wouldn't work if it was an electret.
No bias voltage.
Yeah, okay. See, that's why I need help, John.
Oh.
Oh, my God.
So I need to come up with another antenna design.
How's about a little pole with a hex beam?
Yeah, right. I'd be crushed by my HOA without a question in a week or less.
Oh, you're in an HOA. I didn't know that.
I mean, if this fence is working as good as it is, I may just stick with the fence. What the hell?
Backyard.
I doubled with somebody, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, James? What's your highest antenna you've had? Over all of the iterations you've done, how high has it been?
Up about 80 feet, where the Washingtonian palm tree of my neighbors have been hijacked before. Guilty.
Oh, and you got away with that, huh? For how long?
A month. Yeah, I did, and it was because the wire was so small.
Like magnet wire, like 28 gauge wire or something?
Yes, sir. Well, 24 in my case, but yes.
And then what happened? You got busted?
No, they had tree guys come out too, and that morning I remember running out. I happened to be really quick about cutting my fishing line down and yanking that out of the way as the guy was sticking on his spike boots.
Now they probably won't be out there for a long time. Can you bring your up your drone and go back up there with?
Yeah, I could. I have to decide what to do with it though, because before, I mean, I've done a delta loop with that top tree point. I've done dipoles with one end going up there like a sloper. I've done end-feds before. I may go back to the end-fed idea.
I have a wonderful idea. I would put one end of it on the fence and the other end on a sloper going up to the top. And I think you'll be 5'9" plus 60 here.
Yeah, maybe with the same antenna I had before, that ZS6, because it puts the current nodes towards the end of the wire and not just a wasteful end pieces going out, vertically.
I'm seeing 5'9" plus 20 on you consistently. I'm not seeing any QSB or anything like that. It's just quite amazing.
Wow, that was a tune signal. Holy smokes.
Yeah,
all right. KC2GNV is arriving here. 35 over there, James.
Was that you tuning up?
Tune deal was way above my graph.
Oh.
No, that's not him. He's talking at somebody's tune.
There's multiple people tuning.
No. I'll do it for you.
Wow, there's more than one guy
on there. Tuning at the same time if possible.
Oh, somebody else is doing it.
Yeah, somebody else.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm doing it too, so anyway.
Hey, you're crushing it, Brian. You're like 35, 40 over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're 30 and 40 over mark on my meter here.
Oh, that's he's using his fence. I'll keep the fence. I'm not going to put any more work into this.
Yeah. You just need a hex beam for the upper bands. Just get a hex beam in the backyard and put it in a bucket.
Can anyone touch the fence?
8-foot pole for my 10-meter and 12-meter operation, which has been working great. It's been bolted to the front fence, but yeah, this is going to the midsection around to the backyard and up towards the other side yard.
Can anyone touch it?
With gain and directionality, you can get a hex beam and literally just put it in a bucket in the backyard if you got room. Don't need to get it up high, but yeah, that'll handle the upper bands for you.
I would hang a sock from it on one side and something people think is a clothesline.
Can anyone touch it?
No, that's the beauty of my fence here, is it's covered on both sides with a pretty serious layer of hedge and bushes.
Okay, good.
21 feet is all you need. I'm not talking about 21 feet high. I'm talking about 21 feet wide.
For a hex beam?
Yeah.
For all all 5 bands, 20, 17, 15, 12, and 10.
And for you, 6 meter crazy nuts,
antenna port number 1,
too,
and just do
6 bands.
I don't know, maybe some other antenna on number 2.
Gotcha. And 6 meter, thank you, Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Yeah, how high off the ground, Brian, would the hex beam have to be?
So, I mean, it's all a compromise. But, I've had really good success at varying different heights. I've had people, basically put it in a bucket and work, DX with it. It's crazy how well it works. But, I mean, yeah, if you can put it up at a, 30 feet, sure. But, I mean, I've had it up as high as 50 feet. And it was the best antenna that I've ever had. It's very lightweight and it's all wire. Multi-band. There's a lot of good things going for it.
Yeah, I can't do that. No way.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to put it up at 50 feet. Just if you got the room in the back, you can have it in at ground level. Put it on a little rotor and you can steer it.
That would be ideal. And what you do is, like I said, you hang a sock from it, you hang one of the dish towels from one side, and people will think that it's a clothesline.
Yeah, just tell them that you're going green. You're saving the planet.
It doesn't matter what I say it is. If somebody complains and somebody on that board looks at it and says, yeah, what the heck, I'm screwed.
Oh, then you drape an American flag on it and tell them, they're not being very patriotic.
It's my new DirecTV dish prototype.
Yeah, ever heard of Starlink? This is prototype, beta. All right,
I wonder.
Off the knife key here. I gotta go grab some dinner. Wife's yelling at me here, telling me to come to the table here. KC2GNV.
See you, Brian.
It's very interesting. When Brian comes on, it seems that John leaves. Makes me think like Clark Kent and Superman.
All right, I'll be listening on the side here.
All right, now that he's gone, John, are you back?
Yep.
You see, I told you.
Batman.
Oh my God! When he comes on, John goes away. When John comes on, he goes away. I'm telling you, it's one and the same person.
Oh my God!
Uh-oh.
We'll play for a week or 2.
Oh, we can fool Al.
That'd be funny.
So anyway, you know what, Craig? It's James. It's so sad at my home here.
Go
How's
on.
the pizza working out for you there, Randy?
I have to wait 60 minutes before pickup, so I got another 30 minutes. But
yeah, but just think, when that pizza comes in, you're going to be 30 minutes more appreciative.
Well, we're going to go pick it up. It's right around the corner.
Oh, jeez, even better.
Gated. I mean, it's hard to tell when the guy comes. It's so dark in the driveway, and to have anything delivered here.
You don't have motion lights out there on the driveway?
Negative. This is dark. It's beautiful. We have lights on the little bridge above the moat.
Dude, are you serious? I'd be having 4 or 5-way different solar lights and thermal imaging and all kinds of crap if I lived where you were.
Yep.
My ring camera's out there. I can see what's going on, brother. But no, we don't have any lights. It's gorgeous. We have 3 lights in front of the garages. We have a light when you walk into the front. And when you look at the picture on QRZ, there's a little bridge that goes over a wash. We have some lights around that. But no, other than that, we have 2 lights on the columns in the front that the gates are hooked to.
I mean, it'll stay dark if you get the lights, and so long as nobody that's not supposed to be there is, not there.
They'll go on and off all night because of the animals. We have the proximity alarm on all the Ring cameras.
Oh, that's good.
Plus, you know, I have an AR-15, and next to me I have a 45 Colt Commander with a laser, and I got my Robin.
45, a man of true culture, indeed.
Yes, sir. I had 9s, but I switched all. I have all 45s now.
Yeah, I'm partial to 45s and good old 357. Hot loads only, though, 110 grains.
Yep, 110 grain.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I bought it for home protection.
I make sure all the boxes say law enforcement duties.
Man, there's one load. If you're into wheel guns, the Federal stuff, 110 grain, 357. It's in the nickel-plated cases. It's a jacketed soft point. That's the one that got the reputation. None of this other stuff.
So, John, we prepare for werewolves and vampires by getting the silver tips only.
Yeah, copy.
You have to be careful in the criminal case. The civil case you'll lose. There are no two ways about it. I mean, you know, even if the guy had a knife against your wife's throat, you're still going to lose the civil case. But the criminal case, you wanted to have a safe load. I did not contemplate using this in any way. I was fearful for my life and everyone around me.
Yeah.
Pews don't come out unless they're on demand right now, but hopefully for most of us, that day never has to arrive.
Were you doubling with me?
I hope not, but most likely.
No, what are the tutus?
The pew-pews, papa.
What are the pew-pews? Oh, is that the police?
No, your boomsticks.
The blue boom with the red zipper?
Talking about your instruments of metallic justice.
Oh. No, I mean, someone have to jump the wall and the gate. I mean, you have to work to get into my home.
Yeah, pretty much the same story here.
But John can get in here anytime and look at my controller.
He probably does.
I'm just razzing you, bro. This works great. The 10.2 works great for me. I don't know any difference I would see running the 10.33.
John, have you heard of a company called Buffalo Bore?
If he's gone, Baba Booey's coming back.
Okay. I had to go look, because we like the 125 grain jacketed hollow points from Federal. It's 1,800 foot-pounds of energy, and they go in the 4-inch or bigger. And for the small ones, maybe Hornady Critical Duty.
Yeah. Critical Duty, that's Hornady, right?
Yeah, Hornady. But for the house, like full bore, 357, and a big 4-inch or larger, that does the trick.
I mean, geez, any standard 357 is like serious, so long as it's coming out of a barrel 3-inch or more.
Yeah, there's one other load from Federal, which is the 38 Special Plus P Plus, and it's a rebated rim, and even out of a 2-inch, the velocity is basically the same. It's very high tech.
A close quarter. You know what my favorite is? I have a special purpose 870 shotgun that holds 7 rounds. The first 3 are buckshot. The next 2 are a ball. And the next 2 are slug. And that's how I have it loaded.
Yeah. For me, it comes down to foot-pounds of energy, right? And there are some less than reputable makers out there who load 357 to such wimpy specs.
Well, I'm I'm a 45 guy. I don't have any 357. I have Springfield Armory. I have a micro.
Yeah. You know, this is California, so I can't get a lot of that stuff, so we really like wheel guns here.
You know, Randy, if you like shotguns, you should take a look at the Kel-Tec KSG.
Oh man, it's a Kel-Tec though.
I know, but it's 14 shots.
Yeah. But yeah, that newer 38 micro load from Federal, it's the Federal HST. It looks super crazy because the projectile is like sunk way far down and it just barely peeks out over the rim, but it means the end of it has got a big ol' opening, and the penetration tests and the FBI tests have been great. It's outperformed every other 38 load.
I have not been keeping up on that stuff. I've never seen that.
First class, QSL.
Jiminy Christmas, had some bleed over. Yeah, I'll send you a picture, man.
Yeah, shoot me over a picture of that.
Yeah, 95's back.
For 34. No.
K5 BLS.
9 GDM. I don't think we've done that in a while.
KN6TYF.
KF6YIJ back here, dealing with domestic elderly issues of those in the household here. Sucks getting old. Don't get old, anybody.
I'll keep that in mind.
It's when others around you get old that it gets tiresome.
Oh, yes.
Uh-oh. Starting to hear the phase distortion.
As am I. I'm hearing that phase.
Wait a minute. I have phase distortion?
About
The edge of the world is coming on 40.
That was a triple.
The edge of the band is coming.
I think you guys lost me around the corner.
I still copy you.
Yeah, I can still hear you, but the band is starting to close down. That's what the phase distortion usually indicates.
Oh, it's a propagation issue. Okay, I got you.
So, that's Mike. I'm so terrible with names, but Mike, is it? What radio are you using?
It's a 7000 Mark II.
Oh, sweet, cool. Yeah, me too.
Yep, even mine's working, thankfully.
On the air with it, and I'm very pleased so far.
Yeah, right on, man. Well, this is the place to be. We've kind of identified all major obstacles and issues, but have mitigated most.
This is definitely the place to be. Everybody's been very nice and accommodating, and I appreciate it. Oh, John, that's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
That is crazy.
Wow, I'd be saying, are you shooting blanks? And no pun intended.
Yeah, that's well, yeah, it's you know, kind of specifically been designed for snubbies, you know, 3 inches or smaller, and it's a 130 grain projectile. It's got special powder and stuff. They are averaging, you know, 12 to 16 inches of penetration in the FBI test, which is great. That meets the standard for duty carry.
So that would work good in my Model 642 Airlight.
That's it. That's it. And it's designed to not kick the snot out of you either. You know, because part of the problem is, like, I've got small Rugers or like a J-frame, like that air weight. Man, you shoot 357s out of that, you feel it big time.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I've got a little stainless, I think it's a Ruger. I can't remember now. It's one of the real light titanium frame jobbers, 38. I think it'll do plus P.
I have a 2.5-inch 7-shot 357. It's great fun with the hot loads because the bowling ball size fireballs out the end make donuts.
Yeah, I got one of those, man. I also got a 4-inch and a 6-inch, so maybe a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I have the Ruger, the big one, the GP series, and then the SP series beneath it.
Yeah, so, you know, the Rugers are okay. Like, the GP's really nice. The SP's all right. But compared to, like, a Smith, like a K-frame or an L-frame, man, the Smiths are just so nice.
Yeah, they are nice. They're too nice. That's why I want the Rugers, like the nightstand, because you can always throw it.
Absolutely true. And, well, that's what our SP101 is for. It's a 3-inch small frame, so...
Yeah. I got cheese. I bought mine like a long time ago. It was like 2008 or something. But yeah, it's a great model. I still have mine. I have all the first ones I got.
That's what I like about revolvers is they can just kind of sit there in the nightstand forever, and I'm not worried about, oh, you know, is the spring wearing out? Is the mag okay? Yada yada yada.
No, I have a few different types that are full loaded since then, just about 2008, and no, there's no detriment. I use them from time to time and always keep them loaded.
Yep. It's crazy, you know. In Oakland, there's such like unconstitutional laws on the books. Like, we still have safe storage laws here, which have already been invalidated in other parts of the state, but until someone challenges it here, that remains the law of the land.
Yeah, I have split thoughts on that. It depends on how you catch me. But yeah, I can appreciate your stance on that. But the whole place here sucks, and you don't need me to tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, move to Colorado.
I don't know. And that place is not much different than here now.
Maybe Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's still somewhat very good. The whole West Coast is lost forever. Utah's okay. Idaho's great.
Yeah, we keep kind of thinking about Idaho, like somewhere. Oregon, Washington, and stuff. That's getting tough now.
Hey, is your PTT going to hell?
No, my headset was.
Okay, Jeff, what was that, Jeff?
I just said I had to look it up. It's actually a Taurus 856 38 special, and it does plus P.
Yeah, cool, dude. Yeah, that's a cool looking one.
Yeah, it's nice. It's stainless, but it's lightweight too.
Yeah, if I had to just have two things, a handgun and a rifle, it'd be my lever-action cowboy that I got for $300. It's a Marlin 1894 C357 that was all rusted to hell, surface rust everywhere, and I talked the guy down for really cheap. And I think I looked him up recently on Gunbroker, and they're worth like $1,600 now. This golden trigger one.
See, I would love to have a combo like that, like a lever gun in 357 and then a wheel gun in the same, or even 38.
That's it, though. I mean, seriously, if I just had two, it'd be that lever and probably the 2.5-inch 686, the Smith.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the ARs are so ubiquitous, like if 5.56 everywhere, that's probably the one thing I would pick.
XYL's coming out of the cave. I got to entertain. I'll see you guys later. K up 6Y IJ. Good night.
See ya.
3. So the other one that I've got an actual 357. It's a Smith & Wesson 28-3. Maybe it's a 28-4. Anyway, it's the Highway Patrolman model. Never fired it, but it's in pristine condition. And now when I look up the prices of them, I'm like, holy crap, am I glad I bought that when I did.
Oh man, the prices on all of these are insane lately. That started changing right when COVID happened.
I just actually recently on Gunbroker, as a matter of fact, I was poking around on there one day. I had been looking around for a box for the 4-inch 4-inch blued version, and I found the box for it with the original insert and manual.
For a 686?
No, for my 28.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, so that'll add about $200 worth of value.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a 28-3 4-inch blued. And I have both sets of grips for it. I have the small grips and I have the combat grips too.
Yeah, I always wanted to get one of those. I would also really like to have a Python 4-inch blued. But I don't know. Like the used ones, people want like $3,500 for one. And I know they're making Pythons again, but only in stainless. You know, you can't get that same like Colt, like iconic bluing anymore.
No, and I'll tell you that I've looked at those. The quality of them is crap. Just, you know, when you flip the cylinder around and, you know, move it in and out, you can tell. There's so much slop in those things. They're nothing like the originals. The triggers definitely are not like the originals.
That makes me a little bit sad. So maybe I will have to find me a nice vintage example at some point.
Yeah, I think there was a breaker in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that they're not even made in America, or maybe they're made in America, but they're no longer made by Colt. They're made by another company in another part of the world, somewhere in Europe. Alpha 5 Yankee. The Colts are not what they used to be.
Yeah, that is a fact. Even when Colt came out with the Vietnam replica series, when the retro rifle, I'm not sure if it's still a big thing or not, but a few years ago it was the retro rifle craze. Anyway, the parts were all manufactured someplace else, and they were assembled here in a small armory outside of Reno. And I know that because I got to go in and see the parts when they first came in and everything, compare them to the real deal and stuff like that to see how authentic they really were. It's close, but, you know, definitely not like the originals.
Yeah, Roger, well, the original parts were hand-fitted and made. Now they're injected molded is how they make them. and I don't even think they clean them up.
I don't know about all the steel stuff, but the aluminum, they used to be hand milled, and not anymore.
Yeah, roger that. Well, I just wanted to jump in and say that I wouldn't buy a new Colt, and I'm not about to spend $3,500 on an old one. You guys have a good evening. Now, Alpha 5 Yankee.
Yeah, roger that. 7-3.
73. Well, yeah, that was all the iconic stuff, hand-fitted, the deep bluing and polish. Like, just don't make them like that.
Yeah, my buddy Gordon, the Silent Key, friend of mine from Fallon here, he had 2 Colt Pythons. He had the one set where it was like a 357 and a 25 or something like that. It was some weird, obscure caliber match set with the boxes. And then he had another 4-inch Python that was a 357. And I ended up finding the box for that for him. And he was very unappreciative because he knew it was going to cost him money. And he still bought it anyway.
Well, there's one still on the market today. It's the, I don't even know how you say this. It's MANURHIN is the brand. And it's the MR-73. It was specifically designed for the French paramilitary forces. And it's beautiful. It's the same kind of ethos that went into making the original Pythons. And you can get them in the States sometimes. They'll get imported in batches. But you're looking, $4,000 kind of thing. But it's the best of the best.
Yeah, well, like with everything, you got to pay to play.
That's right. We have expensive hobbies.
Yep.
That's why I'm a cheap ham. Jesus Christ, I've got it from all angles. Motorcycles, cars, guns, radios. Let's see, what else have I got? Let me think about this.
Oh, man. You try playing an instrument.
Okay, there we go. There's the other one.
You know how much a piano costs?
Around here in 2 full or 2 half stacks and all the other adornments and strings and straps and crap and yeah.
Yep. Pianos, man.
And yes, I started playing 7-string about 3, maybe 4 years ago, something like that. And, started off on a reasonable one, but realized that reasonable one wasn't so reasonable, and started looking around for everything else. And now I've got 4 of them, because one wasn't enough, of course.
Yeah, they will multiply. What was that, Mike?
Well, I was just saying, thank God for the Hermes, a cheap ham.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, geez, that gave me all sorts of breathing room in my apartment. And then to add to the collection of guitars, one of my buddies who actually taught me how to do photography and stuff, still a very good friend of mine, ended up gifting me one of the G&L Randy Rhoads white polka dot replicas that they built for a few years. I don't know if they're still doing it or not, but I've got one of those, and I think I've played it a handful of times. That thing is amazing.
Yeah, you know what I love about instruments is like everyone's got its own personality.
Oh, yes.
Randy Rhodes.
All right. Back in a minute. KN6TYF.
I gotta go get some dinner. It's, what the hell time is it? It's late.
Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's almost time for 40 meters to shut down. But I'll stay here and see if I can keep the fire burning. K5 BLS.
All right, Jeff. See you later. I'll be back after I get something to eat, see what's around. NIG.
All right. See you later.
So a kilowatt, my garage door doesn't go up and down, so that's what I was using last night.
Yeah, copy that. I gotta jump out of here. Ava's asking me to come and play, so time is limited with her. And she's got some clip-on diamond earrings, and she's looking quite the lady right now. She looks like a young lady, absolutely beautiful and stunning. Anyway, I gotta jump out of here. She wants to play, so I'm gonna go. You want to say hi? Say hi. Go ahead. You want to? What? You want that? You want to do the? She wants to do the foot switch and all that stuff. So hold on. I'll let her do it.
Hello.
Hello, Eva.
Hello, Ava.
Hello. She's probably waiting for Randy.
Hi, Craig.
Hi, Ava. How are you doing this evening?
Good.
I hear you've got some nice new diamond clip-on earrings on, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow, I bet they look stunning.
Correct.
All right, well, enjoy your evening. Have fun, Brian and Ava. You guys have some fun. Have some playtime there.
Good night.
Good night, Eva.
So, Jeff, you're saying that you've got the DXCC shortened 70-meter dipole, 75-meter dipole there. You sounded pretty good, man, last night, if it wasn't for the crappy band conditions. But, I mean, it seems like it loads up okay in that band for you.
Yeah, well, where we were at last night, that's where I don't have to run the tuner, so it was doing okay. And I think I was running about 300 to 400 watts. So, yeah, it should have been doing reasonably well. And it's high enough off the ground so that it takes off pretty well.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I can do much better on 75. I don't have the space, the physical room for it, so I'd have to think about it. And I don't really transmit much on 75. Very rarely do I ever go down there.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot more time on 75, a lot more than 40, and then I showed up here, and now I just do the opposite.
Yes, some of those groups on 75 are pretty clickers there, and I don't know, man. I just get a different vibe on 75. When I listen around and hear some of the operators out there and some of the stations out there, it's just a little bit different than 40.
Yeah, well, it's like anywhere, man. People get established and they get in their little cliques and whatever, and I've come across folks that have come, here and on a couple other frequencies and thought, well, I'm not talking to those guys. They sound big and bodacious and they're probably unfriendly, and we're far from it.
Oh, yeah. Like, I listened on this frequency for a while before I transmitted. By the way, on that last one, you're 30 over, man, so I think the band is about to go we're on the cliff here, so, because, 30 over, man, good signal.
Yeah, it's phasing. I heard the distortion and the rolling phasing on your signal there. I'm only doing about 500 here right now.
Hey, not bad for 500. I think I'm doing, let's see here, legal limit. So there you go, right about legal limit there. So, but man, while it lasts, it's good. That's for sure. And that's the thing about 75 is I could barely even hear John last night. I could barely hear anyone out there on 80 or 75 meters for me. So even if I got an antenna that would transmit better, I don't think I'd be able to hear very many people.
Well, it is excessively hot in this room this evening. The fan on the amplifier comes on really quick. Usually it takes a while, but it's pretty warm in here, 77.5.
Wow. Well, it's cooling down here. I don't know how warm it is in the shack here, but it's definitely cooling down. It's 64 out right now, which is, I don't know, kind of cold for San Diego this time of the night.
Well, it's 64.4 outside, but inside the room here it's 77.5, so it's pretty warm.
Yeah, I mean, for you've got the IPA 1500, right?
Yeah, like I said, usually it takes a while for the thing to turn on, but not tonight. It turned on pretty quick.
How warm's the amp? I mean, how many centigrade or whatever it is? Should be a display there, right?
Showing 45C, but it's just not dissipating very quickly. I have the ceiling fan on too.
Well, mine's at 42 Celsius right now. Let me do a little bit more talking now. It's going down. It's 41. Interesting how it's going down and not up as I start talking. Oh, there. Well, yeah, that's really interesting. But anyway, I average about 45 degrees on mine when I'm talking. Anyway, N6MUD, I'll be looking here for a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I was answering a text message here. And K5BLS. Boy, the rolling has really begun. You were all sorts of warbly on that one. That sounded really funny.
Yeah, I got it on YouTube. Interesting, huh? And then within like 5 minutes, we probably went to bed to hair each other. You know, this, what happens next, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's I don't know. We had this early winter where the band was closing up, and then it came back for a little while, and now it's doing the same crap again. So, oh well, maybe it'll settle down. It was nice when we were able to stay out here until 11, 12 o'clock.
Well, tomorrow with the daylight saving change, it's going to get worse, right? Because this is going to then happen a little bit later. It'll happen later, right? Because it's going to happen sooner. So yeah, it'll get worse.
Yeah, and boy, that guy is splattering bad.
Oh, the one on 95? On 99?
Yeah.
Well, we're probably in his pass band, too. I mean, obviously, he can hear us if we can hear him.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll go to 4. K5BLS. Yeah, that still didn't help much. He's really wide. And not good wide, just like wide, splattery wide.
Yeah, he's only like an S9 here. When I went down to listen to him, he's only S9. It's not even that strong here. But he is got a dirty signal.
Yeah, he's peaking 5 over with splatter. Jeez.
Anyway, I've been running this older version of Thetis here pretty much, since early this morning, and not once has it messed up on me. So I'm pretty happy about that. At least I can run a stable version here and not have to worry about pure signal going crazy on me.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that it's just software and it's nothing physically with the radio.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. I mean, sometimes it's amazing what software can do, right, to these radios. You would think, based on the characteristic, that was something wrong with the radio, but nope, it looks like it's software. So, yeah, that's the cool thing about it, is that all it takes is you to roll back to a prior version, and you're good to go. So, much easier than trying to figure out a hardware issue.
Yeah, well, let's hope that this one holds out okay. The Hermes started to make me wonder at the beginning, but then it settled down, thankfully.
Yeah, I think that's my whole thing, right? Is the longevity. How long will these things last? So I guess we'll find out. I've had mine for I don't know, 9 months now. Maybe no, wait, less than that. Yeah, maybe 9 months. So yeah, it's only 9 months old, but we'll see what happens here over the next few months. Hopefully it'll last. If not, then I'm sure there's going to be the next iteration of this type of a device that someone will come out with that we'll have to jump on the bandwagon and try it out.
Man, I am not a fan of Windows 11. This is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, what's different? Is some of the network stuff different for you?
Well, I mean, just the picture viewer, trying to switch between different sources for the speaker output. You got to go through like 3 steps and hold your tongue and stand on your head the right way. And, oh, no, it's not in this menu. You need to go into this one. And then it circles you back around. It's just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I haven't really dove too much deep into it, because I just really just use this thing to run Thetis, and that's it, right? So, but yeah, I'm looking at my input screen on the sounds and that, and and you can toggle right between the Windows 11 view and the legacy view, I guess. So that's what I think you're talking about there. It can get confusing.
Yeah, well, I'm still using the Windows 11 mostly, but yeah, trying to work my way through a few of the other things that are a pain in the butt. Even like trying to go find your programs and stuff. That menu that brings up is weird.
Yeah, it's different. I'm noticing that now. You got to go to all apps, that little thing in the upper right, and there you have your regular menu. But yeah, honestly, man, I'll just search. When I click on the start button, I just start typing, and then my app shows up. That's kind of how I do it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, so far, I haven't loaded a whole bunch of stuff onto here, so it's not that big a deal. But trying to figure out where it puts some of the things, the way that it lays them out are a little bit different. And I don't know why they have to do that. Every couple versions, they have to change things. I know nothing stays the same, but at least make it look the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the whole thing with software, right? You got to justify your updates and releases. Mac does the same thing. But Mac's more thoughtful about it. They don't really change things around too much. Microsoft makes some major changes, but really, dude, honestly, just hit the start bar, start typing, and that's kind of how I do it on my Mac, and that's kind of how I do it on the PC. As long as you remember the name of the software program, which sometimes. For me, if I load an obscure program and I don't use it for a couple months, then I got to remember what the hell was the name of that program. And if I can't remember it, I can't search on it. So then I got to start navigating through the program files and all that stuff, and that's where it gets cumbersome. But for the most part, I don't. I try to use the search option for everything, not only just programs, but in settings. Even on my iPhone, I do it all the time, searching for settings and that. Because the same thing, man, on my iPhone, I lose track of where settings are, what submenu, and it's just much easier just to search it based on the name of the setting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find something here on a flash drive, too. I'm digging through layers of pictures. I know I've got this stupid photo somewhere. Just can't find it.
Yeah, it's weird how I have a subscription to Microsoft Excel, and it's telling me I need to provide a product key. Crap, man. I gotta figure out how to get around this. I'm logged in as the user that has a subscription, so this is weird. That's the thing that they do change around, man. Is the whole licensing for their program, their services, and that it all changes around. It becomes a service, and you can no longer just pay some money and buy a version that lasts for 20 years. You got to pay this monthly subscription crap, you know.
Yeah, well, that's how they figured out how to screw people, or to screw them back from all the years of hacked software and stuff. Put them on a subscription fee, so you don't just buy it once, you got to keep buying it.
Well, how's all the techies doing tonight? K86BIS.
What's happening?
Hey, good evening, Alex. How you doing?
Doing good, just getting off 10 meters here. I worked on and off. I worked this morning, worked this evening since about 6:30, so not too bad on 10.
Yeah, copy that. I think the band's in kind of a weird shape here. Hey, Jeff, can you hear Alex out there?
Oh, yeah, no sweat. Hi, Alex. Good to hear you.
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, you're 30 over. Is that you? Who's that, John? The other? I don't know. You are kind of light.
Yeah, that's Craig, N6MED.
Oh, sorry about that, Craig. It's either Craig or John. I get confused.
Yeah, I got you around an S8 there, Alex, and yeah, you're kind of light there. We must be too close. You're in Santa Barbara. I think I'm in San Diego, so we're probably a couple hundred miles apart.
A little bit over 9, so. I was talking to John last night for a little bit, and he just went away to 0. Kind of finicky band, I guess. All right, well, I don't want to interrupt you guys anymore, but I thought I'd come in and say hello.
Yeah, it went off frequency. Yeah, no sweat, Alex. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to find a file that I know I've got. It's on this shared drive someplace, so I'm just not fully paying attention. So not interrupting anything, just kind of hanging out, talking about the radios here and the setups and the band and the different versions and stuff. Craig was having some issues. That apparently was all software related with his little Hermes radio. So anyway, just kicking around some ideas.
Well, you guys are always exploring the radio world there, and I'm just exploring the DX world. I don't really care. I just have a paper log, and I don't even have a computer in the shack here. So, but I just talked to one of my friends there in Australia, and he looked up on his electric log. Oh, this is our 22nd contact. So I got a few friends down there, and that's what makes me happy.
Yeah, it always surprises me when people, that actually kept the log can pull me up and say, "Oh, yeah, you and I first talked back in 2010," and I'm like, "Okay, glad you know." One cool thing that happened to me, though, it was just recently too. My first DX HF contact when I got my license was a guy down in Australia. And it was real hard for him to work, both of us to work each other, real light on both ends, but we managed to do it. Anyhow, then a few months ago, he popped up here on 40 meters, and he was the first DX contact that I've ever worked on 40 too. And he looked me up and says, "Oh, hey, yeah, did you ever get my card?"
That could be embarrassing, actually. The only thing I have on my QRZ side is that I do not QSL. I get a couple every now and then, but yeah, wow, that's cool. 40 meters. I don't know. That contest, I made it over there to Africa there on 40, but that's a contest. That doesn't count.
Yeah, he says, "Well, I don't ordinarily send them out, but considering the circumstance, I'll send you a card." So he says, "Don't send one back. I don't need it." Blah blah blah. So anyway, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I got 2 cards here, and that's it. So anyway, yeah, congratulations on that. So anyway, it's fun. It's just 10 meters is pretty cool. I got that little short boom 5-element Yagi. I got that 4-element Delta loop I was going to put up, but I got to get another tilt over. I don't have a tower over here, so if I do that, then I don't know. Things would be really simple if I had a hex beam and make things fantastic. Otherwise, other than 10, I got to go with the 75 loop that I'm on right now. But I sure like to try out that 4-element Delta antenna. Boy, that thing would kick ass.
No, wait a minute. Which one was this? A Delta loop, you said? What kind of antenna is this?
Yeah, it's a 4-element. It's 4 triangles on a boom at full wave triangles on 10 meters.
Good Lord, that's a lot of antenna.
Well, luckily 10 meters isn't that big, so it's 12 feet aside, basically, and on a 20-foot boom. Not really all that big, but I guess I'll find out if I try to put it together. I got all the brackets, all the elements. It's all built. I just have to put it together, but I don't know. Too much work. I'm just going to make 2 elements out of 17 meters, I think, out of it, and call it good until I get another tilt over.
Yeah, I don't have anything special for any of these bands. Just whatever wire I could get up. I got such a limited space here, particularly at the home QTH in Fallon. There's my long wire for the shortened 75 meter dipole goes over into my neighbor's yard with their blessing. I ended up taking I think it was about a 5-foot piece of furring strip, like a 2x2, screwing it to their back fence and then putting an eyelet at the top. That way I could put the Dacron through it and stretch it out. But we'll see if that ends up lasting, because that's now on the side of the construction site that they're building the house right there on the property. So my guess is I'll have to remove it at some point.
Well, it sure is doing a good job here. Wow. I don't know if it's a propagation or what, but you're just really doing a good job here. So, but yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I got some big trees here, and there's just a hair over an acre here, and a lot of trees. So the problem is I have to go over 3 or 4 trees to get to the tall ones I want. But having the Delta loop up at 100 feet on the feed point's kind of a bonus. So, and yeah, it works. And ladder line and bounce line tuner works really good on this band in 75, and kind of mediocre on the other bands.
Yeah, this one is just it's just a simple fan dipole, 10, 20, 40, 15, 75. I can get 17 on it, but I have to use the tuner. And, I mean, it does pretty much everything I need it to do. So it's a nice one and done. I had to double it up for a while that I ran with ladder line, but I had quite a few problems with running that antenna with RF in the shack. So even with the 4-to-1 with a 1-to-1 choke stacked on top of it for the balun, the transformer to go into the coax, it was just too much RF. So I just went back to the dipole and run coax.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess because I'm using a Delta loop, 265 feet of wire, that there's no problem. I don't even have a balun. It just goes the ladder line right into the tuner, and I think this balance line tuner doesn't even have a balun in it. It's got the filter, it's got the coax with all the beads on it, but that's not on the antenna side, I don't think. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. So I guess being a loop, you don't get that kind of interference because it's a closed antenna.
Yeah, the Delta loop that I had that fed with a 4-to-1, and I could use the tuner to tune different bands. I don't know how efficient it was. In retrospect, I should have just run ladder line to that thing, 75-meter loop up. I had it up in Carson City for a while there at the apartment. I'd love to put up another one, but I would really like to get the other two legs much higher than 10 feet off the ground, especially since the high point there is at almost 50. It's a heck of a slope for a Delta loop.
Oh, mine's really sloped. Mine goes, the eucalyptus tree is like on the south side, and it goes basically to the north to a giant piece of bamboo. I put a tilt over on the palm tree, so that's about almost 40. And then it goes over to an oak tree horizontally, and then it goes to about 40, 45 feet. And then it goes up diagonally, let's say from the northwest to the southeast, and that goes up to the 100 feet. And so there's a lot of diagonal in mine. I think it works great.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the highest point it's going to be is, maybe 45, 46 feet, something like that. But the other ends are going to be really low, 10 feet tops. I've got to find a couple poles that can withstand some of that wire weight on them, I mean, once you stretch that thing out, it likes to sag pretty good, too.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of those salmon trolling pulleys, put them everywhere. So to keep mine tight, like you say, I'm using 10 gauge THHN wire for my wire, but it goes inside these trolling pulleys that are made out of plastic with a V in them, and my counterweight up at the 100 feet there, actually I can go up to about 130 feet if I wanted, but then it's squished down the triangle, and that goes to a wooden pallet with an extra pulley. So when it gets windy, when that little 2-inch limb starts moving 20 feet, the pallet goes up 10 feet.
Yeah, that's right. I remembered you saying that about your system there with the counterweight. I've seen people do it like garage springs, where they stretch those across and attach a pulley to those, and then run the wire through that way as the limb moves back and forth. I was just worried about the thing moving too violently, especially with the whatever you call it, the winds that we have out here, to not bounce the thing around and then cause it to break, fall down. Some of the winds we have down there in Carson are just brutal.
Oh, I bet, yeah. Well, I don't know, it survives the winds. I don't know, 5 or 6, 7 times a year we get 40, and then one day we'll get a 60, and then maybe once a year or once every other year we'll get an 80 mile an hour. So, but it's whatever I did, because of the pulleys on each tree, each tree, when it moves, it gives to the other tree. So it's always giving back and forth, and the wire is actually pulling through those pulleys. So it's sliding one way, sliding another, and that keeps the pressure off of it.
Okay, I see. Greg, are you still in there?
Oh yeah, I don't know, man. If you can still hear me or not, N6MED. I took off my driver headset, put on my regular headset, and then I went off frequency for a bit. Didn't really notice it, and then now I'm back there, over.
Okay, yeah, you're 20 over too.
You're about a 9.
I don't know, Alex. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're about a 9. Not real loud. You know, this antenna is actually really noisy. But all I have to do is turn on the attenuator, and then I hear better.
Yeah, I got you about a 9, too. I can hear you fine. No big deal. But anyway, I'm just copying them out here, guys. I'm just doing some work on the side, but I'll be listening here. N6MUD.
All right, Greg. We'll talk to you later. I don't know. I might go up to the house for a little while and then come back and get on 40 or 75 meters.
Okay, yeah, and guys, I gotta shut it down here because the big fan just came on here, and I'm sure you can hear it in the background. It's really warm in here. It's almost 80 degrees, so I think I'm gonna open up the window for a little bit. So I'll be back. K5BLS.
Man, that sounds like you got a jet engine in the shaft there. All right, man, I'll be listening here, looking N6MUD.
Yeah, it's effectively what it is. It's just way too hot in this room. K5BLS.
Yeah, it didn't get too hot today. Maybe 75 or something. All right, 73 is KD6BIS over here by Santa Barbara.
N6MUD, San Diego.
K5BLS.
Yeah, man, you're still rolling in there pretty strong, Jeff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're still 20 over here as well, so I don't know. Maybe the band's doing better than I thought.
Yeah, so why is it getting so hot in their room? Is it your amplifier heating up the whole room, or what's going on up there?
Well, I mean, it's everything. I've got 2 computer monitors. I've got 2 PCs. I've got a tube preamp. I've got the power supply. I've got the power supply for the amplifier. Got the amplifier, and then that new PC puts off a lot of heat too. So, I mean, all these electronical doodads in a, I don't know what, 8, maybe 10 by 12 room.
Yeah, I guess what's different than it used to be, I guess you've got an additional computer there, right? And maybe a monitor, which is different than it used to be.
Well, definitely the extra PC definitely puts off a lot more heat than the old one used to. And talking a little bit more on the amp, too. So it's already at 45C.
Well, in the wintertime, you're going to be set, man. You don't even need to turn the heater on. That's kind of nice. No, I think it gets pretty cold there sometimes, so you're going to have to crank on the heat. But at least you won't be burning as much power to heat up the place there.
Yeah, so, and the sound bar, that's turned on. So, yeah, there's a lot of heat dissipation in here besides the hot box behind the microphone. You know, of course, that puts off a lot of heat, too. Well, I sure am glad I got this thing to sound close to the Hermes, because it is a little bit of a different audio contour, especially with that sound card being involved. But yeah, listening to that recording today that guy brought to my attention, I forgot about those, and listening to it, and I went, yeah, it's pretty close. It's not exact, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, did you see the recording I sent you? Did you compare that one to the other one?
No, I did hear it, and it sounds good. It just seems like it's missing a little bit of something in the mid-range.
I don't know, man. My ear's not that good, but it sounds good. Honestly, I think to me, you sound the same here as you do on the Hermes. So I think I think your mission is accomplished there.
Yeah, well, like I said, I took the settings from that and I applied it to the ANAN, but I did have to tweak just a couple levels. Pretty much left the frequency content the same. Just had to change 1 or 2 dB here and there. It sounded a bit too boomy. It had a little too much low end versus the other one.
Yeah, I just realized I have my compression up to 2 dB. And so right now it's at 0. I moved it to 0. Here's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And here's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if you notice any difference, but I think right now at 2 dB is probably a little too much there, Rova.
And that was what, the CFC?
Yeah, it's just a slider next to the COMP button. You know, the major, the CFC compression. The slider next to the button there on the main panel.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it definitely got louder.
Yeah, but is it distorted or does it still sound pretty good?
No, it's still clean. Like, mine's turned off right now. Let me put mine on. So, okay, so there's a level of 2 with the same thing going on. All I did was just turn it on. It's 2 dB and turned it back off. So you tell me. That's basically the same thing I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, I actually like it with it on, believe it or not. It just sounds louder a little bit, so I don't know. It's very slight, but I definitely heard a difference.
Yeah, Yeah, when I listened to it, it sounded a little louder, but it also sounded like it changed the shape of the audio.
I'm sure it does, right? Because you're adding more compression. So, yeah, but typically I just run mine at 0. So, out there, typically, unless the band conditions go to crap, then I'll crank it up a little bit to try and help me out.
Well, I'm definitely not seeing anything in terms of extra coming out of the amplifier with it on or off. I mean, I'm still hitting this thing, driving it to 500 watts with no problem.
Yeah, if you're only on 500 watts, that's pretty good. Let me shut mine down to 500 watts here. Hold on. N6MUD 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. What's going on here? It's not going down. Okay, there we go. How did that make? That's probably too much, but I don't know, Jeff. Did that make any difference there? There's 500 watts. N6MUD on 500 watts.
Not much of a difference. I mean, there was, but it was very slight.
Yeah, copy that. I did notice that when I'm driving at low power like this, pure signal doesn't get enough power and it may act up. But when I go up to there, yeah, it's right there. It's acting up. Do you see my signal? Is it kind of broad and messed up right there?
Yeah, I can hear it pop.
Yeah, interesting. All right, well, there's something going on there. I'll have to take a look at that. But all right, well, there you go. It almost looked like I was reproducing that issue again, even on the older version of the software. That's interesting. Maybe I can reproduce this at will. Okay, so there's I don't know, 300 watts on the amplifier, all the way down. 300 watts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay, 300 watts. And there is legal limit N6MUD on legal limit.
Wow, big difference in the whatever you call it, the signal strength, but I can still hear you either way.
Yeah, it's just, pure signal sometimes has to reset itself, right? When you're doing that in the middle of a transmission. So that's what's happening there. Once it reset itself or figured it out, then it's fine. So very good.
Yeah, apparently the sampling output from the Elecraft is doing okay with the 7000. It doesn't appear as though it's having any issue.
Yeah, I forgot you had a sampler in that thing. That's cool, man. I didn't know you had it built in. Interesting.
Yep. There is one built into the back of the KPA.
Right, but none of their radios do pure signal, right? So I'm assuming that was just for instrument purposes or something like that. Is that right?
No, I mean, you can always take an oscilloscope and look at your waveform and all that stuff if you wanted to sample your RF and look at it on a different device. It's not just necessarily for pure signal.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As for instrument purposes, like some other instrument interrogating the signal, that's probably what you have that for.
Yeah, I think they had a station monitor feature with Elecraft too, and that's where that's supposed to hook up to. It's not quite at the correct dB, I think, that the 7000 wants to see, but it works.
Yeah, when you key down, what's your A-ATT value in the left side of the screen?
I have no idea where I'm looking.
Okay, left side of the screen where your AGC is, right underneath the tune slider. There's there's an AGC medium, and then there's an A-ATT. When you key down, Pure Signal puts a number in the A-TTT value there.
Oh, you know what? I never even bothered to look at that. It does change. It's 8.
Yeah, it's typically, see, mine's like 6. So typically what that means is that it's not putting enough power. It's attenuating too much. And that's what I noticed when I'm using this Hermes that's got the RF sampler. That's what it's doing. So So then when I use my other Hermes without the board in it, right, the I/O board, I get an ATT value of 22, which is more in the range it should be.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, these things are awfully high tech. Not for the common person that wishes to take it out of the box and take it everywhere and think it's just going to work and it's going to be easy to use. There's way too many variables on these things.
Oh yeah, 100%. But as long as it's green in the lower right, that's what really all that matters. That's what the people say, right? So that as long as it's green, it's happy in the lower right, you should be good.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out and buy another $100 or whatever it is sampler to hang off the back of the amplifier if it's got one built in. That VK one that I use down there in Carson works just fine on the Hermes.
Oh yeah, man, you don't need one. Your signal's a brick wall. That's definitely working. I'm just saying if you want it to be perfect, right? Which I don't really care. Mine's at 5 and it works fine. Mine's at 5 or 6 depending on how much power I'm putting out. So yeah, I mean, you're good, man. I would. Yeah, it's not worth $100 to fix that problem, and you don't really even have a problem. It's just more of a perfectionist type thing,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I've got a little bit of a propeller. It's more crossed over at the top than it is at the bottom, but it looks like it's doing okay.
Yeah, copy that. Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, who cares about your 60 dB down, that stuff. I mean, who cares if you're that clean? Honestly, you're cleaner than 99.9% of the people out there right now, so that's all that matters.
Yep, exactly. Nice to be able to have good stuff to not make bad stuff. K5 BLS.
Yeah, N6 MUD.
Yeah, so really the two things that got added to the room to add heat is the ANAN and the PC. Everything else here has been the same. And I'm not running the 2496, and that thing notoriously gets hot.
Well, I wonder how much, maybe that ANAN gets pretty hot too.
Just barely lukewarm. I don't feel any extra heat rolling out of here. I turned the flex off just to help dissipate any extra heat. There's no point in that thing sitting here running if I'm talking on the ANAN.
Yeah, interesting. Huh. Well, you can just always open a window if you have to, Is it cold out there right now? It's 62 here, but I think it gets pretty cold up there at nights now, right?
Yeah, it can. I think it's about 62 right now, and yeah, I did open both windows here. It's still quite warm in this room. I turned the lights off, though, so even though they're LED lights, they still make a little bit of heat. I can't see the thermostat. I am just really thankful. Out of all this stuff that I've done in this room and to this radio desk and all the reconfiguring, that I didn't end up with more RF issues after putting the ANAN in here. Man, am I relieved.
Yeah, that's always a thing, right? You move one cable and you got to be careful that you don't have to introduce stuff. So yeah, good job. At least you don't have to worry about hunting down the RF, because that can get very frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, it got a lot better once I got rid of the ladder line, went back to coax on a resonant antenna, but yeah, it was a problem here for quite a while.
That's interesting that you say that, because the ladder line is supposed to be balanced, right? Unless you had the ladder line going all the way into the shack, which maybe that's what's causing it.
Well, the ladder line ran under the floor from the roof to the 4-to-1 balun underneath the floor of the shack, where it transferred to coax to come up into the tuner. And yeah, it was just too much.
Maybe that's why, because it went under the floor. That could be causing the issue there.
Well, it's just bringing the signal closer back in, I guess. But anyway, yeah, it worked okay on the ICOMs, but as soon as I brought the Flex in here, it was a problem.
That's it, man. These SDRs are way more susceptible to RF than a traditional radio because of the whole the PC thing and all that stuff going on. I think it's pretty amazing that the difference there when you think about it, right? You figure the SDRs would be a better radio, you know, maybe a bit more hardened, but no, it's the complete opposite for that stuff.
Yeah, it's really perplexing to me, though. I usually don't get the Flex fan to run this much. It's that's weird, kind of bothering me.
You mean the Flex fan or the amplifier fan?
I mean, I've sat and run 1,000 watts before for 10 minutes, and the thing's never turned on. Now the fan's really not shutting off.
And your SWR is fine, right? You haven't seen any spike in SWR or anything like that?
No, I'm watching the screen here. It's 1.1 to 1, 1.2, 1.3 on voice peak, so now it's fine.
Sounds like you got a fan running in the background on my end.
Well, I do. There's 2 fans running because it's hot.
Something's hot.
Probably 6 to 8 feet.
Hey, there he is.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just listening here. Sounds like someone's dealing with some high sound.
Yeah, the amplifier and all the electronical doodads in the room here now.
Yeah, I'm sitting here at a comfy 67 degrees.
Yeah, there, I turned the threshold up. Is that any better? Hopefully the downward expander's kicking in a little faster now.
Yeah. The fan noise has kind of disappeared.
Yep, that's what it should have done. Cool.
Yeah, I still hear the fan on my end. Alpha Charlie 7 Sierra.
Well, you're a lot closer to me, Ed. Apparently, you're 30 over.
Yeah, Southern Oregon.
Yeah, it must be a pipeline then. So, yeah, you're hearing the very, very low output of this thing.
Still sounding good, though.
You know, what is it with us having as large signals as we do? Why the hell is everybody tuning up right in our bandpass? But why?
That sounds like a
because they can. And it doesn't matter. I've got my ANF on, so I'm good.
I do too, but as soon as I unkey, it rings for a second before that kicks back in. But it's like it's been nonstop for the past 10 minutes.
I don't know, but I do know that some of you guys were a little wide. We were down on 194 on the net, Ole Miss net, and I heard a few of you in there, but I didn't hear you towards the end of the net. Probably the band changed a little bit longer or shorter, but otherwise you guys sound good.
Yeah, we narrowed up. We saw you down there, and we figured we better narrow it up, so we should be good now.
Yeah, it's just a late night net on 40, so that's it. But otherwise, I didn't, like I said, I didn't hear you guys towards the end of the net, so we're all good there.
Yeah, that's probably when we went from 5K to 4, but yeah, there was one signal out there that was just hammering us, man. They almost had no upper sideband suppression. All I heard was
Yeah, the band was actually pretty good, even short and long, even from the East Coast to the West Coast. It worked pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody in between is still able to be copied, but you guys that are a little bit further away certainly are booming in here, because, man, right around 7:45, the phase distortion was terrible. It sounded like we were going to lose everything, like it was going to go really long.
Yeah, I don't think it did. I didn't really hear any DX or anything. Of course, I didn't really listen for it or anything tonight. I was just kind of playing around. First time on the radio for a couple of weeks, anyways.
Yeah, Christ. Yeah, you're like 35 over here.
So I'm in Southern Oregon, Yaesu FTDX 5000, 200 watts, 3-element 40, 55 feet, pointing east.
Yeah, it's all band conditions then. Yeah, I'm in Fallon, Nevada, so I'm about 65 miles east of Reno.
Yeah, you're 5 over. Every now and then you go 10 over.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I'm only running about 300. I'm not really oriented towards you either. My dipole does not favor that direction very well.
So is this the frequency where all the guys hang out at for the wide band stuff? I forget the radio. I forget about it. I forget the acronym for it. What is it?
Yeah, extended single sideband. Yeah. 7199. There's a couple other frequencies we use too, but yeah, this is the main one.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I changed up. So I'm running just a Heil headset and just the standard equalizer in the radio. Didn't change anything. I did change a few things. So how does this sound? Does this sound all right, good, bad, what?
Well, give me just a second. I'll hit the record button and I'll play it back to you. So after I unkey, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe you might have that website that you could do that and watch my signal. I'm trying to play with that and see if I can get it on my end, but I don't know. I just don't have time. I'm just too busy.
Yeah, I understand. Here you go.
Okay, yeah, I thought maybe you might have that website that you could do that and watch my signal. I'm trying to play with that and see if I can get it on my end, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of high-pitched a little bit, but I would like a little bit more lower end of my voice, that's all.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got the compressor set really high on it, too. It's kind of fuzzy.
Okay, sorry. I turned the processor off. That probably changed it a little bit better.
Yeah, that cleaned it up. What's your ALC doing? Is it going into the red, or are you staying in the good range?
It's right on the edge, just under the edge. It's not even bouncing up over past the blue mark there. So I try to keep it below the mark.
Yeah, okay. It just sounded like the mic gain might have been a little too hot, but I'm getting some phase distortion in the band here tonight too. So that's not helping things.
Yeah, my gain's at 27 right now, so that seems to be about the right spot. 27 to about 30, that's about the max on this radio with this headset.
Yeah, when the band doesn't collide your signal together, it sounds a lot better than it did with the compressor on.
Yeah, I could tell you one thing, though, is when I have the amp on and I have the processor on, oh, my God, I got chewed out a few times because I was like 5 kcs wide. It's like, how can I be 5 kcs wide? I'm only running 2.8.
Yeah, well, it's creating all sorts of harmonic distortion, so, yeah, you're putting out all sorts of garbage then.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit better there. Just flicked over and it's like the amp was still working, but I guess not. I don't know. Too much radio stuff going on tonight.
Hey, Jeff, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, can you open up, just go to QRZ.com, and do you see KK7 TV as a featured member? That's pretty cool. He's on the homepage of QRZ.
And so he is. Yeah, I've hit that a couple times and then gotten emails. Hey, man, I dig your page, blah, da, 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 da. Let's see. What was the other one? It was a guy from another country that's very well aware of Zach and the Black Label Society and sent me an email saying, I had no idea anybody was out here. And you're a fan and a guy that met him and oh my gosh, you know, all the broken English. It was quite funny. I think I saved that email someplace.
So is it just like random or is it based on your activity? How do they do that? Do you know?
Yeah, it's just completely random.
That's crazy, man. Interesting. Anyway, I took a screenshot and sent it to Randy so he can at least check it out.
Yeah, I'm sure his page hits have ramped up too.
Anyway, go back to the conversation. Sorry about that. I just thought that was interesting. N6MUD.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm going to get out of here, guys. Alpha Charlie 7 Sierra. Name here is John, Juliet, Oscar, Henry, November. Southern Oregon, near Medford. 73 and have fun.
73, 6JC, sir.
And real quick, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, do you know a guy out there by the name of Ray, Q&I? He lives in Medford, too.
Sounds familiar. Probably do. I'm really, really good on faces, and that's about it.
Roger. All right. He's got a big signal up there in Oregon. In Medford, so maybe you know him. Anyway, have a good evening out there, N6MUD.
All right, thanks. You guys are just sounding good. 73, have fun.
Yep, 73, K5, BLS Fallon. Well, anyway, seems to be cooling off in here a little bit.
Kilo Echo 7QWD, David in San Jose, reaching out to the Fallon. Didn't get your call.
Yeah, good evening to you. And can barely hear you, but I'm fully out. Kilowatt 5, Bravo Lima Sugar.
I just turned up the output a little bit on this radio, so you might be able to hear me a little bit better. K7QWZ, David in San Jose, running a dipole, and I'm reading you 5 times. KE7QWZ.
Okay, real good, yeah. Yeah, now you're up past S7 where my noise is sitting tonight. So, that name is Jeff, Juliet Echo Fox.
Hey, San Jose, you're 20 over into San Diego. Good evening, N6MUD.
I usually don't get like this, like closing in. It doesn't pick up so well, but you're just coming in really good. I know you're in Fallon, but still relatively close. Anyway, K7QWZ, and I'll let you guys go. 73 for the night.
Okay, try it again, Craig.
Yeah, the gentleman in San Jose, you were 20 over 9. Now you're S9. I think the band's going along here. Anyway, have a good evening out there in San Jose. N6MUD.
Oh, yeah. Yep, the band is changing again. Anyway. Well, I had to close the windows. Actually, starting to get a bit chilly in here.
Man, you're back up to S9 plus 15. It's crazy.
Yeah, Mother Nature. She is undecided on what she wants to do. One question I had for John, and I haven't figured this out yet, is when you right-click on the slider, and behind the movement bar, and it turns the line red, is that the brick wall that says it will not overshoot past that red line? Or I can't figure out why they would do that.
Yeah, so if you right-click on your drive slider or your tune slider, it puts exactly the red line means that you cannot go further than that. So even if the slider is all the way to the right, you're not going to have any impact beyond the level that you set the right-click at, if that makes sense.
Interesting. I'm just wondering how you effectively set that, though, because like my I recall, mine is up to the edge of the box. I can still move it back and forth, but it appears as though it's limiting the amount of power going out because my peaks are consistently hitting 400, not going a nudge.
Yeah, so the way it works is you set the slider where you want it to be, and then you right-click on the round dot on the slider, and then at that point it means that it doesn't matter if you so it'll make a red line, right? And it doesn't matter if you increase the slider in above the red line, it's not going to actually do any more output than the level that you set that red line at, if that makes sense.
Okay, beautiful. That that makes a lot of sense. I wondered why that was there, and I figured that's what it was a limiter.
And to clear it, you just right-click on the slider, or right-click on the dot on the slider, and it clears it off, and you're back to normal.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch it run the ANAN into the amplifier here. The flex, I just bring up a different profile whenever I turn the amp on, and that way it will never go over a certain amount.
Gotcha. I think you can do that here in Thetis, but it's just quicker to do that right-click thing. It has the same impact, right? If you just got to remember to do it. Yeah, hey, I'm going to go check out Dennis's YouTube channel. He's on that tonight on the check-in. I'll be back in like 10 minutes, N6 MUD.
Sit around here and listen for a little bit. 85 BLS power.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes, N6 MUD.
To be all set, thanks.
We're in bed.
Put the high-powered relay in there. He said you have to change the board.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I guess the signals are staying up late tonight. KC2GNV.
Are you hearing my?
Hello.
Mike, you hearing the two gentlemen just broke?
Yeah, I sure am.
And 6 MUD.
Somebody forgot to tell 40 meters to shut down.
It's a blessing.
That's true.
Well, Randy, there goes your Clark Kent theory.
I know. He did that on purpose. I think you and I are the only person. Well, let's see if John gets that. John, that little ha-ha he did, what's that from and what does it mean? Coming to America. The white Jewish guy in the barbershop, of course, is played by Eddie Murphy. And he's telling the soup story. Soup. Okay, try the soup. Oh, try the soup. Where's the spoon? Aha.
With the soup.
Who's that?
Balcony, I think. That's what I was wondering if you were going to say on the air.
I like the old Tube Network, and I think Dennis is very cool. Are you beginning to enjoy it too? I mean, at first I thought it was silly. Al mentioned it to me and said, that's kind of silly. And then I watched it once or twice and said, I like this. I actually logged in on 11 meters. I had Skip from here, brother. Is Dennis single? That's a cool looking CB radio. It's a tram or something. Yeah, that's the DAC. Oh, that looks like stereo gear.
Looks expensive.
Hey, Randy, can you turn the antenna towards me?
Mikey, you have your computer open to YouTube?
No.
Where'd you go, brother?
Yo.
I am. Well, I'm at 330 degrees. I could go to 0 degrees. Mike, is that better?
Yeah, the band just shifted. He's gone.
Yeah, the band's gone. That's why we have 80. Well, can they? I don't think. I think we'll lose some people.
No. I need to get my loop back to full size in order to do that. But I can listen to you guys down there. I listen to you guys till like the wee hours of the morning, falling asleep in bed, listen to you guys.
Is 3808 still open?
Let me take a look.
Looks like when they did the silk screening for the volume and the...
GDM QSY.
Yeah, KC2GMB QSY. I'll be listening. SW on KC2GMB. Yeah, you're about maybe 18 over.
TV and GDM.
Uh-oh, this band's not working. A little bit, yeah, just about the same as you were on 40.
I'm hearing you a lot better, John. K7 CBL. Before you were just a skid mark on the waterfall, man. Like, I'm surprised I wasn't hearing you at least a little bit better.
Audio, 1-ish, 2-ish, 3-ish.
Not even ground waving it, bro.
You seem like you had a ton of RF in it. Yeah. All right, now you sound great. Oh, was that you? Oh, somebody was terrible. Somebody had incredible RF in.
Was it me?
What the hell is that? Oh. Mike, let me how loud you.
You should be hearing me real well now. You're 20 over.
Oh, yeah. 5'9 plus 20. John's 5'9 plus 20. Who else made it down here with...
Bubba Booey. KC2GNB.
Oh, my God. You're loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, I'm not even doing a legal limit.
You don't need... Does Craig have a...
I don't hear him.
WD, how copy?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Yeah, I can only do about a kilowatt here, so we're doing about a kilowatt.
What about your friend Connor?
Yeah, I'm here. K7 CBL.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back updating some repeater spreadsheets because I've been getting a bunch of people asking me, what repeaters around here are any good to have programmed? So I finally have taken the time here to validate all my documentation and compile a list of decent ones.
John, thanks for redoing the meters. I like the response. Yeah, way smoother. Thank you. Thanks for help. You know, I claimed that he couldn't fix it, boys, but he fixed it. All right. Okay.
You need an Amazon wish list. Oh. By the way, John, I ordered 3 of those Samlex 1235s. No, the regular one. Well, I'm hoping for the best. They didn't have the one with the L or what was it, the M suffix, the quieter one? They didn't have those. I got them from Tally.
What type of supplies are they?
They're select switching supplies.
You know, yeah, you know, the Samlex. The Samlex, I had the same thing that John's talking about, the like 1235 or whatever, and I noticed that the fan comes on. It seems like every half an hour or so, or something like that. Just even me not talking, just in receive, it comes on. But I have this other one that's rated at like 60 amps, and the fan never comes on. So I don't get it.
Mine just comes on at full speed, like when I'm on FM, you know, with the putting, I don't know, things loaded down 25, 30 amps. It'll come up every once in a while. It sounds like a total hairdryer, but other than that, it's been so quiet. So definitely was worth switching over to that one, John.
The other power supply that I have that doesn't come on at all, unless if I really am driving the ANAN up to like 200 watts on drive, it's called a Tech Power, TEK, Tech Power.
Yeah, that's the same one I'm using.
Yeah, that fan doesn't come on unless if I'm really stressing it. As long as it's clean, I wouldn't care. And it will really suck that power supply dry. It'll just really make it work. So that's the only time I've ever heard that fan kick on that Tech Power. But yeah, I like the Samlex for the same reason why John likes them. They're high quality power supplies. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I was just commenting there that I like the Samlex power supplies for the same reason you like them. They're high quality. I haven't had any issues with the Tech Power, so that's I don't know how clean it is though. That's the other thing. But I've been happy with both. So now I just run the ANAN dedicated on the Tech Power, and all my auxiliary runs on that Samlex.
Why? Because I want to remove my ANAN and my FT DX101 from the Anderson plug system, because it can't handle the current correctly. And I'd like to put a standalone power. Well, I have an Astron 35 that I can just drive them both with. And then I have an Astron 20 that I could use for the peripheral. Oh man, it would be silly to go with the switching valves.
Well, I
thought these were like when you watch DBI and he puts a bunch of them that are just in a case, in an aluminum case that you got to hardwire. These are actually set up with meters.
Well, I was just saying I could still order the PMs from a different place if you think it's necessary. Well, I guess the reason I went with these was because they didn't have the other one, and these were $136 a piece. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Yeah, exactly.
Mike, did you get the same place?
I got these from my Kenwood dealer friend down in Denver. He's got a Tally account. It's kind of like Tesco.
Gotcha. So they're on
Tally
the
for the win. Woo!
Oh, they are the Samlex, yeah.
Do they have these on Amazon?
I saw them on Amazon, but they were like $180 a piece. Or more.
Well, you got them wholesale.
Yeah, I got everything wholesale.
John, are these Samlex ones? Did you see them on Tally, or is it somewhere else that you saw them? No, they have them. They have a. Oh wow. Whoa. Wow, I can get those at discounted rates. Holy crap. Stand by, I haven't gotten there yet. I'm just scrolling through the, what is it? We're looking 12:35 p.m. or 12:35 p. Yes, they have 12:35 p, 12:35s. I'm just scrolling through it right now. Yeah, it's the one I have. Okay. I'm just looking at the P. And the public price on Tally is $262, but let me log in. Hang on. So what was the price? The lowest price you saw them for? All right, so we're at 262. Hang on, let's see. And you wanted to see if they have the PM. Is it P-M? Yes, P-M. They do not have the PM, but they have the P. Now I'm curious what the cost is when I log in.
Is the PM is with meters and the P is no meters?
All right, John, I got the price here. $175. No, it's not. But yeah, interesting that their public sale price at $262. That's quite high for where they're being sold elsewhere. It sounds like. Yeah, I noticed the ripple. I mean, that was the number one reason why you convinced me to switch over to it. It's so minimal. I mean, like looking at it right now graphically, it's just like it's not even there. I love that I have it on a graph. Yeah. And I got the same thing for my vehicle, too. Oh, and those meters are super accurate too. I've confirmed it.
See if you can get the other one from Tally or from Tesco. Me? Let's see. Right now, I have an Astron 20 on the Flex stack that powers both of those. And on the main desk with the 890 and the K4, that's through one of those MFJ distribution centers. And here on the ANAN, I have a RS35 that's direct. No, I actually need that. I need the binding posts, and I know that the thing you're talking about, those little pyramid-shaped things back, I don't like those at all. So how do you get binding posts? Oh, okay. Send me a link. Oh, that's a great tip. Thank you. I think I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning last night wondering about that. I was actually concerned about that because when you tie two radios to one supply, that is very difficult with that European connector.
What connector is it, John? This European one? I'm not familiar. Is it the one that's on the back of my supply? Oh, that's not bad. What? You just put a ferrule on it.
Aren't they from the hi-fi days?
Hang in there.
I'm sorry.
I know you're yawning.
I'm not yawning. Weren't they from the hi-fi days, John? For the high-end wire you use to your speaker? KES? Yeah, of course, the pin-type terminals, but they don't have enough surface area. They have banana plug ones that are better.
I just put a ferrule on mine and crimped it down, or crimped down a ferrule on it and slid it in.
Why not use Anderson?
Talk about the banana plug, because the binding posts in the back are banana plugs, and you can shove banana plugs in there too, right?
KC2GNB.
JK17.
And 9GDM.
So the pin posts with the tiny little gold pin down the center allow you as much area for the amount of current as putting a spade lug on or putting in a banana plug. Thank you.
Hey, John, why don't you just use Anderson? Okay, so you're saying Anderson doesn't support that thick wire?
John, why are you running 6 gauge for a short jump? Right, but it's a short jump. Right, but I mean, it's not longer than my run. Oh, you screwed the pooch then and used an Anderson's.
Oh, wow. So you just crimped those on? And use heat shrink over. And you put that through the hole in the back of those binding posts and you screwed the plastic tight on it, no? Oh, and that's what these are made for? Oh, it's like a banana plug, but smaller. Oh, yeah, they're key.
Hey, Randy.
Yes.
I'll put it this way. The connectors it comes with are very baby versions of what we have on our on our 70 kW portable generators with the big beefy 300, 400 amp cable that we run to the sites. This is just a very baby version of that. So yeah, they are meant for very high amperage, just because it's got that extra surface area, like John was saying.
You know, when I watch the BBI thing, he has these monster plugs that plug into each other on a large scale for the Anderson plugs that take the 0 gauge wire and everything. I guess it's like that.
Yeah, we have our, I think our, what is it? Our 500, it's either 300 or 500 amp cable is, I think it's not 4, is it 4? It might be 4-aught. It's 5 runs of 4-aught with a thick jacket around it. And yeah, it's got those connectors. You just get the big old 1/2-inch socket out and loosen back the lugs, stick the things in, and just go to town as tight as you can get. And yeah, it's a really good connection. Although it looks really crappy, I will admit. Like once you've crimped them, they start to bend a little bit. And once you really ratchet down on the screw. Or like I was saying, like our big old 1/2-inch socket or 1/2-inch bolt, but yeah, those things they carry a lot of current.
So those plugs between you and I, John, the plugs on the back of the power supply look like ones on the back of a speaker. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah. So these would be like a deadbolt flex pin banana plug, correct? No, a deadbolt flex pin banana plug. Flexible at the end. Got it.
John, you see the big MQ cables, right? Yeah, bro, that's how I got hurt at work, man. I was trying to lift one of those and pull it out. I was trying to put it up in the truck, and the Adam Henry, who I was working with at the time, he wouldn't assist, and I pulled it out of the truck and I felt it pop, and then I went to go hook it into the generator. I felt my shoulder pop again, trying to move that thing around. Oh my god, yeah, dude, it is a deadlift, man. I got lifted in and out of the truck, man. We got the 100-footers, and yeah, I think it's bigger than 4-aught. It's gotta be bigger than 4-aught, but yeah, man, moving those things around in a portable environment is you throw them in the bed of the truck and you can just see the suspension, just the whole rear end of the truck goes down. I'm probably going to end up actually ripping one of those apart next week. I'm trying to get it, like, timed up, because, it was out on the coast, and it's all corroded and whatnot, so I'm going to have to pull all the panels off, and might as well do some service while I'm in there, and then pressure wash the living crap out of the thing. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. No, man, I look like I'm doing crack, man, when you go out there, because I've got this thing pulled out into the middle of the concrete pad. I've got all the side panels ripped off the thing, and I'm just like up on the top of the motor, just like looking down. Your boss, my boss will walk out, and I go, turbo. Yeah, bro, that thing is loud. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about, man. I was talking with our Ohio guy, and he was telling me that their generator PM guy, he's been coming out for like the past few years. He's a young kid, and unfortunately, he had to actually report the company because the kid was coming out and allegedly PMing the generator, and for some reason, their UPSs kept switching on. Well, the PM sheet, when you look at it, says, for example, measured at outlet 120.0 volts, 60.0 hertz, right? And it's like, that ain't right. And then you go in there and you probe it, and of course it's 105 volts or whatever. They were totally BSing the PM sheets, but. Yeah, that's why you have a UPS with the conditioner. Yeah, I'll take a look. I was actually I got an offer I'm almost tempted to not refuse. And it's for one of the baby 15 kW MQs, and it is on a trailer. It's not that big. We get some of the worst outages here. Like when we get it for, days on end type of thing. It's either a 5 or it's days on end. I mean, it beats having a gas thing that's screaming all night, you know, and it's also luggable. Like, I can just back up to it and pull it out. Price-wise, for the 15K on a trailer, we're talking 2. $100%, yeah. It's basically brand new. So what occurred was it was purchased for someone. This is not their work thing. This is like a separate thing. It was purchased for somebody, and essentially they installed it and then went, "Oh, crap. This is too small." And of course you can't just like up and return it. So it got dumped into the lap of the person who was kind of in charge of that whole thing, and then it was brought to my attention. But yeah, it's a little 15K on trailer. Single phase, of course. Oh yeah, for sure. But it's you know what's nice is I already work with them, right? So I already pretty much know them inside and out. And we have actually been joking around, thinking we might get one of those little 7 or 10Ks for work. But man, it's that little 15K single phase. Does 120, 240, so it works fine for household. It's a tier 4, so that's great. And like, what is it? I think it's like 25, 30 feet. It's like 64 dB, so it's perfect for a residential area. Yeah, that's why I keep it back in the backyard. Just butt up against my wall. All my boots are already covered in diesel, so the smell doesn't really bother me. Best generators that you could ever buy. Don't buy anything else, buy MQ.
Well, I did a little FedEx tracking while I was eating dinner. It's going to be here on Monday. Yeah, the amplifier is in Memphis, and the Kenwood 890 is in Denver. Yeah.
What'd he get?
I've got a RF2K-S coming from Germany and a TS890S coming from Tokyo.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. There you go. What, John convinced you on that one?
Yes, it was his influence.
There you go. John, at Pacificon, they had them sitting out there. I didn't realize how big that unit was, man. They had them out on the desks, and I walked by. I was like, holy crap, this thing's huge compared to the Mercury. Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the 3. I don't know nothing about the Lux, but yeah, it was kind of funny. They had him out there on the table, but there was nobody staffing the table. Oh yeah, you know, it's I'm actually really happy getting back on the air here. I haven't been. Well, let's see. The last time I did anything ham, I don't remember. This is like my first time on the. This is my first time on HF in probably, I don't know what, 3-4 months. 3 months maybe. And what I will say is I just literally turned the amp on and then pressed the button on my Stream Deck and boom, like I was on the air, you know? Well, what I like about that one is the super low drive, you know, that I could run the Hermes. If I try to run the Hermes on this thing, I don't even know what 5 watts of drive will get me on the Mercury. Probably not much. 5 watts? Yeah, on 80, 5 watts key down CW's 550. Only if it did 10 watts, man. That would be amazing. Just like 10 watt on the Hermes, that would, you know, I could, yeah. Me? No, it's good everywhere. Oh, okay. So on 80, it's narrow. So I had to click it in, but it was 2.5 to 1 here before I tuned up. No. Oh yeah, for sure. But man, I like my time now is just it's so limited. I mean, like come home, you know, I just I would love to work on the truck. Hell, I could have been done already. But the fact that the daylight is only lasting until around 6:30, you know, it's like the weekdays I don't get much done, and on the weekends I've just been clutching up. And damn, I wish I didn't go to Pacificon, like for real. Yeah. So what the hell is that, anyways? Oh, is it really? Oh, okay. Damn. See, I don't even know. See, I don't pay attention to these things, man. I mean, I'm just a robot. I turned the base stations on for the first time in like probably 2-3 months yesterday. Alright, K-7 CBL. right, John. All right, you better watch it. I'm turning that one radio on. Oh no, the radio says no encrypt.
Did the frequency go to hell in a handbag?
End of the bargain here.
There you go, John.
Is everybody still here, or did we lose the propagation? Craig, you still here? He left. It is 10:28. Oh, that's right, and then it's going to be 9:28, no? Right, so you're going to go... Oh. You're going to fix that for me? Wait a second, we stay at the same time, brother. No, we don't have saving. Yeah, well, we don't do daylight saving. Well, they were going to do it 1 year, but I think they changed their mind.
Now we're going to exacerbate it by moving the clock back. Oh, yeah, they passed the law, but now the fine print says every state has to sign off on it. Well, that'll take another several years. Yeah.
John, you have your radio on? Oh, so you haven't fixed your programming yet. See, because I can go like this, and then do that, and then it does that. Yeah, you should definitely fix your stuff there. Bro, I ain't updating your IDs in my radio. It's all fake news. You changed your ID, I ain't doing it. That's much work for me. Echo Sierra.
Copy this morning.
I hear him somewhat too. He's super weak though. Or at least I thought I heard somebody say mobile like a minute or so ago.
You need me to wake you up?
Probably wouldn't hurt. I got a buddy of mine coming over at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
A tower? You have a tower?
No. I'll have to send you a picture. We're taking down my 3-element 6-meter beam and putting up a 5.
Oh, a 6M5 X-ray?
You mean the manufacturer of the beam?
Yeah, mine's a 6M5 X-ray from Mike Stoll.
Oh, no, I don't have anything that fancy. Mine is made by Directive Systems in Virginia.
Oh, I'm sure it's very good.